All right, good evening. Hi, I'm Mayor Jen Wallison, and welcome to the City Council's October 24th special and regular City Council meeting. This is a hybrid meeting with City Council, city staff, and members of the public participating in City Council chambers. Please note that public comment speaker time may be limited this evening. We'll begin with roll call. I would like to introduce City Council members that are present. We have Vice Mayor Cecilia Taylor and Council members Maria Dorr and Betsy Nash. Council member Drew Combs will be joining us in closed session. City Clerk Herron, can you please provide instructions to the City Council and members of the public on how this meeting will proceed?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Willison. And again, echoing a welcome to our October 24th City Council meeting. For members of the public who wish to provide comment on an item on tonight's agenda, after the mayor calls for public comment on that item, we'll ask you to engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen if you're participating virtually. If you are participating via phone, we'll ask you to press *9. If you are participating in person, we'll ask you to complete a speaker card at that back table. That concludes my instructions at this time. Mayor Willison, you may continue.
Thank you, City Clerk Herron. Agenda review. Agenda review provides advance notice to members of the public and city staff of any modifications to the agenda order and any requests from city council members under city council member reports. Does the city council wish to pull or modify any other agenda item to be heard excuse me. Does any council member wish to pull or modify an agenda item this evening? Vice Mayor Taylor?
Yes, and that would be agenda item J2 and J3.
Thank you. Vice Mayor, quick question on that. We were going to be pulling these items to the end of the regular business item L2. Should we pull these in their entirety and hear them at the end of the meeting, or did you want to keep them on consent and just provide a
I
question?
think they can stay on consent.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Taylor, and thank you, City Clerk Herron. All right. We are now moving on to our closed session. City Clerk Herron, can you please call for public comment on our closed session items D1 through D3?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Willison. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on item D1, conference with real property negotiators, item D2, conference with labor negotiators, item D3, conference with legal counsel. If you are participating in person, please complete a speaker card at that back table, return to me at the clerk's desk. If you are participating virtually, please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. Calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9 now. And this will be the last and final call for any public comment on our closed session items D1 through D3. Seeing no hands or cards, Mayor Willison, you may continue.
Thank you, City Clerk Herron. So at this time, the City Council will adjourn this meeting and reconvene in closed session. We will reconvene the regular meeting no earlier than 6 p.m. and anticipating reconvening no later than 6:30 p.m. So we'll see you all shortly. Thank you.
Okay, having our city council back at our in-person dais, Mayor Willison, you may reconvene the meeting.
Thank you, City Clerk Karen, and thank you everyone for your patience. I will now call the meeting back to order. I am Mayor Jen Wallison, and I'm recalling to order the City Council's October 24th special and regular City Council meeting. This is a hybrid meeting with City Council, city staff, and members of the public participating in City Council chambers. Please note that public speaker time may be limited. I would like to reintroduce the City Council members and staff present. I have Vice Mayor Cecilia Taylor, City Council members Drew Combs, Maria Dorr, and Betsy Nash. Also joining us this evening is our City Manager Justin Murphy, our Assistant City Manager Stephen Stolte, our City Attorney Nira Doherty, and our City Clerk Judy Herron. So I would now like to move on to our report out from closed session. Please, City Attorney Doherty, is there any report outs from closed session?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There is no reportable action.
Thank you. We're moving on to public comment. Actually, before public comment, I wanted to say an additional few words. At the last City Council meeting on October 10th, I made a statement expressing my outrage at the brutal Hamas attack and in support of Israel. I stand by my words, and I would like to add that as this conflict is unfolding, we are seeing and know that there will be more casualties, including innocent civilians in Gaza and Israel. And I mourn the loss of all victims. I condemn both anti-Semitism and Islamophobia. My thoughts are with all members of our community who have family and friends in the region. All people should have the right to live in peace and with self-determination, and may we all see better days ahead. That was my statement. And with that, we'll move on to public comment. Under public comment, the public may address the City Council on any subject not listed on the agenda. Each speaker may address the City Council once under public comment for a limit of 3 minutes. You are not required to provide your name or city of residence, but it is helpful. The City Council cannot act on items not listed on the agenda, and therefore the City Council cannot respond to non-agenda issues brought up under public comment other than to provide general information. I will call for public comment at the appropriate times for members of the public to address the City Council on any item under the following agenda sections: presentations and proclamations, consent calendar, public hearing, regular business, and informational items. So at this time, City Clerk Herron, can you please call for general public comment?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Willison. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment for an item not on tonight's agenda, if you are participating virtually, please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9. If participating in person, please complete a speaker card at that back table and return to me at the clerk's desk. And this will be the final call for public comment for items not on the agenda. So if I have not received your card, or if you have not raised your hand, please do so now. Okay, I have a total of 3 speakers, and our final speaker on item H will be Sudhi Tronson. And we will begin with our in-person speakers first. I would like to invite Jenny Michelle.
Dear Dias staff, I'm Jenny Michelle from the Coleman Place Neighborhood Block. These are my personal comments. I'm actually here for the 926 item F2, the suicide proclamation. I tried to raise my hand and could not. And for the record, I support Michael 100%. Those stats listed reflected my calls that, yes, helped save my life. My parents owned on Sevier in Menlo Park by the VA in the 70s, and then in Barron Park, Palo Alto, where the fee simple owning interest load was too much for them, and my aunt had to move in. Great news, yay, she got married, and my uncle moved in to further offset the load. Wrong, he was molesting me. at least 4 types of counts from about the age of 6 to 12. And when I spoke to the Palo Alto police. But yay, my parents were already abusing me physically, emotionally, and spiritually. So he was like my special friend. Yuck. From 1st grade to 6th grade, my pastime was hiding away from my family members in mainly cabinets with a splash of rooftop, trees, garages, dumpsters, anywhere I knew my white Cayman Island traveling family would not be. In school, I was strategizing how to more effectively and quietly remove the cleaning items to hide behind the bathroom supplies in the cabinet. Breathing motionless for hours, I'd listen for others' movements and would anticipate others' needs. So I calculated when to reappear, whereas to keep the location unknown. Small spaces within large buildings kept me safe and alive. So no wonder I'm a facilities junkie. No wonder I love trash, anything dusty or dirty or grimy. No wonder I love neighbors and density, and I'm generally averse to large single-family structures. No wonder I am putting shame in your massively publicly subsidized single-family residence game, because my body has evidence that they're unsafe. It's hard to check the old white dudes, just saying, in those massive structures if you aren't already a chronic safety planner. No wonder the attractive call for peace granted by way of suicide is captivating. Have you ever relived a horror show over and over again? The smell of the sheets, the click of the camera, the reverb of the leather on your skin. My body won't allow me to forget. As I get old, I remember so much more over and over. The cold of the streets is tolerable. Heck, the conditions at county made my shoulders drop. I tell the seductive call of suicide, not today. Let's mandate that one job is enough so that people like me can process our complex trauma. And the answer, you know, my friends, is always going to be changing the zoning. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Tom Johnston, followed by Sudie Johnson.
Okay, thank you very much. It's actually Tim Johnston. I appreciate your time tonight, council members and mayor. Excuse me. I live in the Allied Arts, and I applaud the efforts that the council and the city has made for the Safe Streets initiatives. What I'd like to address tonight is what I think is another Safe Street initiative, and that is the either prohibition or education of the student population to the use of motorized bikes in downtown Menlo Park. I cannot tell you how many times, as a regular walker of downtown Menlo Park, I've been confronted by motorized bicycles on the sidewalks, blowing through stop signs. Today, I encountered one motorized bike with 3 young ladies on them, on one bike, no helmets, blowing through 2 stop signs. And I understand that this is an issue probably for public safety and the police department, but something has got to be done about the disregard that these young people, for the most part, are demonstrating for common safety measures, rules of the road. Somebody is going to get hurt. It's either going to be a rider, a pedestrian, or someone in a vehicle, and it needs to stop. I see I see the signs, no riding on the sidewalks. Doesn't do a bit of good. I hear about the officers going to the classrooms. Doesn't appear to be doing any good because these individuals feel entitled. And the only way they're not going to feel entitled is if they are cited for violating the rules of the road. So thank you for your time. I really, frankly, I'm sick and tired of what I see downtown with these motorized bicycles. It's just total common disregard. And something's got to be done about it. Thank you so much for your time.
Apologies, Tim, for the mispronunciation. Our final speaker is going to be Sudie Tronson.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I do not admit that the dog in the manger has the final right to the manger, though he may have lain there for a very long time. I do not admit that the great wrong has been done to the Red Indians of America or the Black people of Australia. I do not admit that the wrong has been done to those people by the fact that the stronger race, a higher grade race, or at any rate, a more worldly wise race, to put it in a way, has come and taken their place. By dog, Churchill was referring to Palestinians. And sadly, not much has changed from the framing I hear these days. The consequence of dehumanization is that people pay with their lives. We are seeing that in the Middle East and now sadly even here. Just last week, two young men, one from Atherton, was arrested for assaulting a man in San Francisco in his car because he was wearing a Palestinian shirt. In the last few days, 5,000, it's not just a few, Mayor, 5,000 Gazans have been killed by Israel, 40% of whom are children, 40%, that's 2,000 children. Anti-Semitism is real, and so is Islamophobia and anti-Arab and anti-Middle Eastern sentiment, and in general, phobia of those from the darker nations. I will be intentionally centering my comments on the experiences of Palestinians to minimize duplicative, although valid comments on other populations, especially our Jewish brothers and sisters in Israel. And I acknowledge that attacking civilians is abhorrent and repugnant, no matter who does it. In the US media, in the rhetoric by US officials from local, state, and federal level, the coverage and discourse has erased the experience of Palestinians and their perspectives. So today I speak because I've heard and seen too many of them spamming my inbox, airwaves, and the like. Otherwise, this would not have been the right forum for this subject. It's been said many times, in war, the first casualty is truth. Here, there's a great danger of a single story, and that if we hear only a single story about another person or country, we risk a critical misunderstanding. If you want to dispossess a people, the simplest way to do it is to tell their story and to start with secondly. Start the story with the arrows of the Native Americans and not with the arrival of the British, and you have an entire different story. We often wonder how people in past times could have stood by while atrocities are being perpetrated against fellow human beings, and yet here we are watching them play out live on TV and while we sip our coffees. So many universities, academics, and city officials who insist upon doing performative, virtual signaling, land acknowledgements at every public event are eerily silent as real struggles are happening. I have more to say and I have a lot of information to share, if any, and I will send this by email as well, since I don't have enough time. And I'm not a historian, I'm not a social worker, I'm not a DEI expert, but I read and I study. And so I will provide some of those references. Thank you.
And that concludes our speakers for item H. Mayor Willison, you may continue.
Thank you for all of our public commenters. I know all of us on the dais were listening to each and every one of your comments, and we appreciate hearing them. All right, we are moving on to I, which is our presentations and proclamations. We have one presentation this evening, and here to make that presentation is our Environmental Quality Commission Chair, Nancy LaRocca Headley. Good evening, Ms. Headley.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me. Yeah. All right. Thank you. So I'm honored to be here today representing the Environmental Quality Commission, and I'm grateful that climate action is in the top 5 list of priorities for the city this year, because we need to move quickly to stave off the worst effects of climate change. I'm also really hopeful because solutions exist, especially for building electrification, and there's massive support for this transition at the federal, state, and regional level. And our city government has a really important role to play in terms of removing barriers and educating residents and ensuring that the transition that we're making is just and equitable. Next slide, please. All right, so the things we wanted to share today were primarily looking back at the activities that we've been up to over the last number of months, and then let you know about our plans moving forward. And we would love your feedback on what it is we're planning to do. Next slide, please. All right, so this is our set of commissioners. I just want to say that our team is passionate about the environment, and many people on the commission are also taking a lot of action as individuals, in addition to their work as commissioners. But tonight I'll be focusing on the work of the commission specifically. Next slide. And I also just want to say thank you for helping us update our roles and responsibilities. It feels like a big deal because it actually now reflects the work that we're doing, focused on the climate action plan and, still honoring the importance of trees in the urban forest master plan, but really expanding our remit. And it just feels really important as we recruit future commissioners, as well as helping the public understand who to go to and how to engage with us. So thank you for that. All right. So we can go ahead a couple slides. Thank you. Okay, so in terms of looking backwards, in February, we voted around building electrification on a variety of measures to support that effort. And this was discussed at the Planning Commission earlier this month and is actually an agenda item for later tonight. Our primary advice is to minimize restrictions whenever possible, so that people can electrify their homes and move away from the use of methane gas with more ease. And, for anyone who's tried to navigate the system, less restrictions means an easier permitting process, which saves both time and money for residents as well as our city staff. And having a permit is essential to being able to tap into the current and lucrative rebates available to help with this transition. So that's what we did in February. And moving on to the next slide, in June, we spoke about the $4.5 million, which is available to help with low-income electrification, especially in the Belhaven neighborhood. And this is a really, really important program to support this transition being just and equitable. So I know this is going through the system, and I know you all were up late a couple weeks ago talking about this, and we're really excited to see this program get really up and running, hopefully early next year. Next slide, please. And other actions we have taken around the zero emission landscaping equipment, which is progressing through the system as well, and then some activities around trees and our urban forest. And in particular, we're thrilled that there's been money set aside to support the creation of an urban forest master plan. And I just also want to let you know that there's a coalition forming to help make the urban forest master plan go from being like an idea to being reality. So more to happen on that in the coming months. Next slide, please. So at the last EQC update, I believe there was a question from Vice Mayor Taylor about public comment and how you all as city council members can find out what the public comments are. So this is a summary. In the appendix of this presentation is the detail of all of the comments that have come in to the EQC meetings. Of course, we hear a lot more in our roles as individuals, but I just want to highlight here that there's urgency expressed about the climate crisis and really wanting to see Menlo Park continue to take bold action. Appreciation for both the commissioners as well as the city arborist and team and city staff, and a desire for the city to partner more closely with local organizations to help move things forward. And finally, a desire to streamline permitting and ensure local rules support building electrification. So it's kind of exciting that a bunch of those things are on the agenda beyond this particular thing. Okay, so we can move forward with a couple slides there. Okay, so in terms of looking forward, we, over the next several months, the commission is going to be providing feedback to staff on possible ideas to explore as we look to update the 2025 to 2030 scope of work for each climate action plan strategy. And we've created a commission calendar to do that. And our hope is that having this calendar published in advance helps create greater transparency and advance notice to everyone. And a final staff recommendation will be presented to the EQC next summer is the hoped for timeline, and then we'll come back to you all for approval. We also have 3 ad hoc subcommittees that are currently active. Next slide, please. All right, so the highlights of our commission agenda. So this started back in August. So in August, we looked at EVs and made some recommendations around that, EVs and EV charging. In September, we looked at building electrification. Earlier this month, we heard a great update from city staff about how they're eliminating fossil fuels from our city operations. And then in early December, we'll be looking at reducing vehicle miles traveled. And in January, we'll be looking at climate adaptation, sea level rise, and flooding. Next slide, please. So the question that I'm really bringing tonight is, do you have any feedback for us as the EQC or staff regarding our commission calendar? Are there other topics we should be considering? And is there anything you're hearing from the public that we should incorporate into our climate action plan update? All right, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Headley, for that presentation and for that information. So City Clerk Karen, can you please call for public comment on the presentation?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Willison. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on item I1, presentation by the Environmental Quality Commission update. If you are participating virtually, please engage that hand feature bottom of your screen. Calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9. Participating in person, now's the time to complete a speaker card and return to me at the clerk's desk. This will be the final call for public comment on item I1. And seeing no hands or cards, Mayor Willison, you may continue.
Okay, thank you. Do any council members want to take a stab at some of the questions posed by Ms. Headley, or are there any other comments or feedback for her based on the presentation or what's going on at the EQC? Vice Mayor Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Willison, and thank you so much for that wonderful presentation. And I do appreciate you including my question about public comment and outreach. Also, just wanted to thank the efforts around improving the urban tree canopy. And just looking at your timeline, I think you are moving forward, and I don't have anything to add to it. I just appreciate all the work and also just making sure that we're informed about how you're moving forward with your plan. So thank you.
Any other Councilmember Dorr?
Yes, thank you so much. And thank you so much for the leadership of the EQC. Your question about any feedback or ideas, topics we should be considering. And I thought, oh, here. But something to focus myself and to focus conversation. I've really appreciated the EQC's leadership around electrification. And I'm really excited about your ongoing leadership to work on that $4.5 million and thinking about how can this support low-income home electrification. So really excited to see your continued leadership there. And also figuring out how to bring more of those PCE, the Peninsula Clean Energy outreach materials and resources so more folks can understand what electrification means, whether or not they'll receive that, a part of that 4.5 million is something that I'm excited to learn more about from your work. And last one, I know you're having a conversation on reduced vehicle miles traveled in early December and seeing how interconnected that is with complete streets, with planning. I excited and hopeful that you're having ongoing conversations with those commissions. And I know you were thinking about that, but just another pin for seeing the interconnectedness of everything. Thank you so much.
Any other feedback for Chair Headley? Councilmember Combs.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation and for all the work, and to the extent to which you know, a lot of what the commission does is focus on the discussion around our city's carbon footprint and specifically electrification. I'll just continue to be a broken record in saying that again, we should be looking to those avenues and way in which we can bring the most of the community along. And so I continue to be an advocate for in a proverbial sense, carrots and things in which we can encourage people to make this transition, make it easier for them, and obviously in connection with the funds for those who hit certain economic levels, there can actually be the actual assistance. Those are all things that I'm like 100% supportive of, and again, would encourage the commission to continue focus and doubling down in those areas.
Councilmember Nash?
I just want to say thank you so much to all of the EQC, and everyone is working so hard, is so passionate, and it's really exciting to see. And thank you.
Just wanted to kind of +1 everything, and please relay our deep appreciation to all of the work that your commission is doing. Continuously impressed with all of you and your diligence and thoughtfulness. So thank you. Councilmember Nash.
I just also want to give out a shout out to city staff who has done such a great job of supporting the EQC, and just really appreciate everyone involved. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you, Ms. Headley.
Yeah, thank you all.
Okay. Have a great night. With that, we are moving on to J, which is our consent calendar. Under the consent calendar, the City Council may take action to approve routine business items in one motion unless a City Council member, city staff member, or a member of the public requests that an item be discussed or continued to a later date. City Clerk Karen, can you please call for public comment on the consent calendar?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Willison. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on our consent calendar items, J1, City Council meeting minutes, J2, an amendment with an agreement for the housing element update project, or J3, acceptance of the stormwater master plan. If you are participating in person, please complete a speaker card at that back table, return to me at the clerk's desk. Participating virtually, please engage that hand feature bottom of your screen. Calling in from a landline or a cell phone, now is the time to press *9. And this will be the final call for public comment on our consent calendar items J1 through J3. Seeing no hands or cards, Mayor Willison, you may continue.
Thank you, City Clerk Karen. And I believe Vice Mayor Taylor wanted to discuss briefly J2 and J3, so I will turn it over to Vice Mayor Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Willison. And actually, it's just J3. And my comment on J3 is just around funding strategy. Not sure if there are any, and I know the staff is looking at grants available. Not sure if there will be anything that are related to climate that's possible. Then my second comment is on the staffing levels, and just in the city manager can follow up with me later, but just wanted to find out if there are areas of the city that have a higher dumping rate. And those are my comments. Thank you.
A higher
Dumping rate. So,
dumping rate
yes.
of things going down.
Trash.
Okay.
Yeah.
City Manager Murphy, did you have something to? I couldn't tell if you were turning on your mic.
Let's see, Mayor, I think we could talk a little bit this evening about what we do have in terms of trash data, in terms of illegal dumping. That's something that would need some additional analysis and follow up on. And so the deputy city manager can address those questions if you'd like.
Okay, please.
Great. Thank you, Vice Mayor Taylor, for the questions. So in terms of things like illegal dumping, I think we'd have to do a little bit more research. We do have the ability through our online reporting platform, ACT Menlo Park, which you can access on our website, to track locations where we get requests for dumping for cleanup. There's also programmatic requirements through our stormwater permit, where we have to report to the regional water board on the amount of trash that ends up in the storm system, but that's slightly different than illegal dumping. You may have places where you have a mattress or a couch, that's not making its way into the storm drain system. So there's not exactly 100% overlap between those two categories, but it's something we could look further into and get more information back to you. And then in terms of grant funding opportunities, we're closely tracking a number of different funding sources that may help with lots of climate resiliency planning related to the storm system, the water system, and a number of our other utility issues. So I think there's a lot of progress on that front, but nothing specific to report quite yet tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Nagai. I believe Councilmember Dorr has a comment or question.
Yes, thank you. And it's helpful to revisit the stormwater master plan after I had a chance to go with Ms. Nagaya and the Vice Mayor Taylor to see the San Francisco Creek and talk about the water system and things. But I actually want to come back to questions that were asked last time this presentation was shared. And I asked about how are we looking at climate modeling and why isn't that, projections of how precipitational change reflected in the plan. And Ms. Nagai, you shared something very helpful for me when we talked about this at more length about how these models work and how and where we can incorporate bigger and forecasted insights. And could you share a little bit more about that?
Sure. Thank you, Councilmember Doer. So we attempted to capture this in writing in the staff report, but let me try to condense it a little bit further. Essentially, the model that we use for the storm system master plan takes a sample rainstorm and estimates the intensity, the duration, and the frequency of that rain event, and then tracks how our storm system responds to that rain event and tracks flooding locations that may occur. So that's kind of one aspect of modeling. We take those what are called intensity, duration, frequency curves that are generated by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Agency, or NOAA. And so those are kind of standard curves that apply to our region. What we don't want to do is a one-off adjustment to those curves outside of expertise from NOAA. And so I think we've been talking with staff from the San Francisco Creek Joint Powers Authority to Valley Water to others who have more in-house hydraulic and hydrologic experience to see when may be the right time for the region to undertake some updates. But as a one-off, we don't want to necessarily calibrate those or pay for the calibration of those at the city's expense. So that can be something that we track as part of a regional effort as we go forward.
Excellent. And that'd be with groups like One Shoreline or the county, possibly?
Possibly. Valley Water also has an area of the watershed that covers a portion of southern San Mateo County with a lot of Menlo Park area. So I think we'll want to collaborate closely with all three of those agencies as we go forward.
Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Nagai. I wrote at the top of my staff report, thank you for incorporating our comments. So I read that, especially kind of some of the scenario analysis that you might be able to do in the future. So I think you've taken to heart where we're coming from and we understand where you're coming from. So thank you. All right, so if there's no further comments or questions, we are all here, which means we can do our remote motion casting and voting. So we are looking for a first and a second on the consent calendar.
So I've moved the motion.
And I've seconded.
Thank you. So I have a motion on the floor by City Council Member Nash and a second by Mayor Willison to accept the consent calendar. Any further City Council question or discussion? Seeing none, please proceed with voting. And the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you. We are now moving on to our public hearing. Public hearings are a formal proceeding held in order to receive testimony from all interested parties on a proposed issue or action. Tonight's public hearing is K1. Introduce and waive the first reading of an ordinance to add Do I need to read all of this detail? Okay, I'm gonna read it all. To add 16.04.296 and amend 16.04.120, 16.04.313, 16.04320, 16.04325, 16.18030, 16.20.030, 16.60.010, 16.72.010 and 16.80.030 of Title 16 zoning of the Menlo Park Municipal Code to allow electrification equipment in existing covered parking spaces, e.g. garages and carports, and to allow exterior enclosures for electrification equipment within the required side and rear setbacks for existing residential dwelling units in all zoning districts. Okay, and here to introduce this item is our Management Analyst 2, Ori Paz, and our Planning Manager, Mr. Kyle Parada. Good evening, Mr. Paz and Mr. Parada. We look forward to your presentation.
Thank you, Mayor Wilson, members of the council. So I'll just get the presentation up here. Give me just one moment, and then we can begin. Wonderful. So again, management analyst Ori Paz with the sustainability division, and we have planning manager Kyle Parada here. I'll be going through the presentation, and then both Kyle and myself will be available to answer any questions. So tonight we'll go over a quick background of what brought us to today as far as the policy background around electrification, our climate action plan. We'll do a quick overview of the current garage and setback regulations. We'll walk through some of the feedback that we received from the Environmental Quality Commission and the Planning Commission, its recommendation, and then we'll walk through the proposed changes to the zoning ordinance staff has brought this evening. And then we'll have time for a city council discussion and action to introduce the ordinance. So I won't spend too much time on this slide, but the actions that we're taking are the result of previous actions, both at the council level to approve the climate action plan. Specifically, we're looking at KEP strategy number 1 to try to explore program options to electrify 95% of our existing building stock, which means replacing gas-fired equipment with all-electric alternatives. We benefit from 100% carbon-free electricity in Menlo Park due to our association with Peninsula Clean Energy, who provides our electricity. And so we get the double benefits of improving air quality and really reducing our carbon emissions when we do electrify equipment. And so to that, we've been engaging in a number of efforts to promote voluntary electrification, both with the permit fee waiver that was approved earlier this year and expanding our online resources and process information. We've also been looking at regulatory barriers, which we heard from some of the members of the public and our commissions. And so that's what we'll be talking about this evening, are those zoning regulatory barriers. We don't need to spend too much time on this, but at a very high level, what we're looking at this evening are changes to the requirements within the garages and setback areas. And so the equipment that we're talking about primarily this evening is heat pump water heaters, which could be located in the garage, or if approved, located within enclosures in required setbacks. The other things that would be allowed as part of these proposed changes would be EV chargers and battery systems, provided they comply with fire requirements and all building standards. And then on the exterior, codifying some of our current practices around heat pump, air conditioning, and space conditioning equipment. So again, the primary driver for this is related to heat pump water heaters. They are much more efficient than their gas counterparts. However, it takes longer to heat water using a heat pump water heater. And so oftentimes they are upsized to ensure that the holding tank can supply the volume of water needed over the time it would take to reheat the water. And so with that, that equipment is not necessarily able to be replaced in the same location within the home or crawl spaces or other places where the existing equipment may be located. And so one of the things that was identified was that the current garage and side yards may prevent residents from placing equipment in either location if they were trying to replace their gas equipment. And so this proposed changes were brought to the Environmental Quality Commission in February, and we received feedback from them on the items that we had presented, and their feedback was largely around trying to increase the flexibility for folks who are looking to place equipment in garages. They also had some insight about changing the footprint of the allowable encroachment for enclosures and the setbacks, and then asking to adjust noise ordinance limitations and explore financial incentives for quieter equipment, as well as allow heat pump equipment in the front yard if the side and rear yard were not viable. So we took some of that input, and then a next iteration was brought to the Planning Commission earlier this month on the 2nd of October. And with the Planning Commission's recommendation, we saw that they were also supportive of the modifications overall, but had requested that we again consider adding additional flexibility to the location of units within garages, and then also to consider creating an administrative review process by staff for enclosures in the front setbacks. So tonight we're bringing yet another iteration of that is looked at both the feedback from the Environmental Quality Commission and the Planning Commission. And then we have one additional item that was not presented to the Planning Commission, but staff noted as a correction. So one of the items in the list that Mayor Wilson read out was in our encroachments in balconies section. And so we were changing the format of that section for clarity and implementation, and then adding some things around electrification enclosures. But the idea was really to kind of keep the current conditions for all other areas of that item. And so there's a small correction proposed, and staff has a new ordinance amendment with that correction, just to make sure that porches, stairways, and landing places receive the same allowable encroachment only if they're open and uncovered. The other changes that we're proposing, the primary ones are changes to the garage requirements. So currently there's a requirement for a 10 by 20 foot clear space within covered parking areas. So that could be a garage or a carport. And there's really nothing that's allowed to be in that area. And so the proposed change would be to allow tankless gas and electric water heaters and EV chargers that are 48 inches above the slab, which has been a practice during current reviews. And then the bigger change is to allow electric equipment in the garage clear spaces in up to 2 3 foot by 3 foot areas along the wall opposite vehicle entry. So we would call it the rear wall. And again, the effect of this change is to allow more residents to electrify, which is what we want them to do, but also preserve area for covered parking as there's no overnight parking allowed in the city of Menlo Park. The other major change that we're proposing is to allow air conditioning and heat pump equipment, or sorry, the current conditions allow air conditioning and heat pump equipment in the setbacks, provided they meet the noise ordinance. And then the proposed changes would be to allow these electric equipment enclosures, again, primarily for heat pump water heaters that are too large to fit in their existing location. And those would still need to meet the noise ordinance. And then we're also incorporating a recommendation to allow AC units or heat pumps between the dwelling and the street, so kind of in the front or on the side that could be visible from the street, provided they're screened and not taller than 4 feet. And again, this is intended to provide some additional flexibility for residents to electrify. So there was a formatting issue with the staff report, and so table 1 was was missing some of the rows. We don't need to go into all of these changes in detail, but just wanted to make the council aware of that issue, and we will be getting the updated table into the minutes. But you can see the full list here that kind of go through the items that we discussed. So again, in order to be able to regulate this, we would be creating a definition of electric equipment that we can reference later in the zoning for implementation. We'd also be modifying building coverage and floor area to exclude the equipment enclosures, again, to streamline the implementation and the review of these. And then making sure that any area where it could be considered to kind of snag it as it's going through review, we've streamlined those by identifying possible areas of the code. And then, as you can see in 7 and 8, those are the major changes. Again, changing the encroachments in balconies is 1660 to a table, and then including an allowance for the electric equipment enclosures, limiting the footprint to 16 square feet and making sure that they don't exceed 4 feet into the setback, and preserve 3 feet of egress access to make sure that in the case of an emergency, people are able to get out into the street, and then emergency personnel are able to access the dwellings. In the garages, we'd be allowing EV chargers and gas and tankless water heaters, as I mentioned previously, provided they're elevated as to not impede vehicle access, and then allowing those equipment areas on the rear wall or the wall opposite the vehicle entry door. And one key piece of this as well is that residents seeking to take advantage of this would need to submit a form acknowledging that they are voluntarily reducing their parking area. And the hope is that future owners would be able to review that as well, to know that the garage has been reduced in area. Finally, there's an update to non-conforming structures, just to make sure that everyone moving into the future understands that these encroachments and allowances would not make a structure non-conforming. So to illustrate the things that we're looking at in garages, this shows in the diagram the area that would be allowed for these 2 electrification equipment areas. Again, it's up to 3 foot by 3 foot areas. On the wall opposite the vehicle entry. This is again to try to preserve parking area within the garages, and then also to help staff to implement this in a streamlined manner, so that there's no subjective or questionable items as planners and members of the building division are reviewing these during building permit review, to try to keep those review timelines speedy. For setbacks, we would be looking at allowing those enclosures, 1 per dwelling, with a maximum footprint of 16 feet. The height would be 9 feet 6 inches, which is consistent with our daylight plane requirements for single-story homes. And I mentioned that 3 foot access for egress, and all of this equipment would be required to comply with noise ordinance limits. The change here that was implemented after the Planning Commission provided feedback is that we are looking to codify an existing practice of allowing AC units and the heat pump compressors, provided they're no taller than 4 feet. They could be located between the street and the dwelling if they have a fence or landscaping screening it to the height of the equipment. We went through the table, so we don't need to talk too much about this, but as far as the process and where we've been, again, we went to the Environmental Quality Commission in February, brought this to the Planning Commission earlier this month. Tonight, we are giving you this presentation, taking public comment and discussing the item with the hopes for an action to introduce this ordinance. We would need to come back to City Council for a second reading and adoption, likely sometime in November, and then the ordinance would become effective 30 days after the second reading. And then during that 30 days, we have been talking about implementation tools to make sure that folks are aware of these changes and can take full advantage of the allowances that we're proposing to make. And so outreach materials and new process improvements would be published and implemented along the same timeline for the ordinance to become effective. So the recommendation this evening from staff is that the city council introduce an ordinance with the changes that we presented earlier with the corrections. And that would amend the zoning ordinance to facilitate electrification of existing buildings by allowing encroachments into the garages and electric equipment enclosures in the required side and rear setbacks. The draft ordinance was included as attachment A to the staff report. And we do have an updated version of that with the red line change reflecting the correction to the table in 1660 for the uncovered porches, landing places and stairwells. Again, this ordinance would add a section with the definition of electric equipment and enclosures, and then amend the sections listed on the screen here. With that, I thank you. And again, I am available to answer questions as well as our planning manager, Kyle Parada.
Great. Thank you so much, Mr. Paz. So reminder that this is a public hearing, which means we have a prescribed order of business. So this time, are there any clarifying questions from the city council before we open the public hearing? I actually have a couple myself. Approximately how many heat pump water heaters get permitted a year? And then do you have any data on recently what the proportion of those are gas versus heat pump? Sorry, water heaters, and then what the breakdown is on heat pump water heaters versus gas water heaters?
Yes, and I can take that one, Kyle, and then if you want to add any clarification, please hop in. So there, we got some information about the water heater permits for this year. It was looking like we had 18 of them. Well, sorry, I'll start with the number that were submitted, and a total of 48 were submitted during the year. Of those, the number that were heat pumps, give me just 1 second. I have that data here as well. It looks like, sorry, so there were 48 that were heat pump water heaters. And then I don't know if I have the, I think, yeah, sorry, I have the number that were heat pump water heaters. So 48 were heat pump water heaters. And then Kyle, I don't know if you can add any color to the number of regular water heaters. We'll add one clarification is that these are heat pumps exclusively, and so if there was a larger remodel project, it's more difficult to track the number of heat pumps that are included in larger retrofits of an existing building.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Paz. So if we don't have that number at this moment, but I think that is a report I could potentially do during public comment, and we can come back to that, Mayor Walden.
Yeah, I'm just curious. In the diagram that you showed us of the location of the 2 3-by-3 foot encroachments in a garage, those are showing them in the corners still. The current staff recommendation based on previous commission recommendations is to allow them anywhere along the back wall. Is that correct? Because the diagram was still showing them in the corners.
Yes, and so to clarify, the diagram included there was a green area along the rear wall. So the corners were shown as an example, but that's correct that what's proposed is that they would be allowed anywhere along the back wall, and they could be next to each other if a resident so desired. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And then this is probably available, but the 9-foot 6-inch enclosure height, how was that arrived at, and what's a typical height of like the largest, like 80, is it 80 gallon heat pump water heater, and does it have to sit on something? And
Yes, so we looked at our existing requirements, and initially we were trying to find something that would be closer to the height of allowable fences, so 7 feet. But the equipment, the 80 gallon heat pump water heaters are right around 7 feet, and so if we're looking at the exterior dimensions of an enclosure, there, you need a little bit for the construction materials, and then 6 inches or so is recommended for clearance above that. And so we arrived at 9 feet 6 inches to both be consistent with our daylight plane requirement, and then try to provide adequate space for the larger equipment that could be installed there. So they should fit within that space.
okay, so can you just elaborate on that daylight plane comment that you made, and that was helpful. So can you explain how that's consistent? Because I heard at least one concern about the height near someone's home. So if you could elaborate on how that works.
Sure, I'm happy to put on my old planning hat, and then Kyle, if you'd like to jump in to add any clarification, please do. So within the city, there are, in addition to the setbacks, there's a daylight plane requirement, and so that's typically taken at the setback up 9 feet 6 inches for a single story home, and then it goes in towards the center of the property at a 45-degree angle. And so no portion of the building is allowed to encroach into that daylight plane, with the general idea that it provides a clear line for daylight to reach neighboring properties. And so this takes that 9 foot 6 inch threshold and then applies it as the maximum height for the equipment.
Thank you. I don't know, Mr. Prado, do you have something you wanted to add?
Yeah, no, I think that's generally correct. I mean, I think the 9.6 does track with some daylight planes. A single story daylight plane is actually 12.6, but so this is lower than that. This does track more with daylight planes we apply to other structures and buildings besides the single story dwelling. It also does track with like a typical top of plate height roughly for a single story. So that's kind of where we were tracking with daylight plane, top of plate, kind of trying to balance that, as well as Ori, or as Mr. Paz mentioned, allowing for an enclosure that actually would fit the equipment based on the typical heights we were seeing.
Okay, thank you. And then finally, looking at the ordinance in section 10, subsection 6, item B, it talks about existing garage spaces dedicated to a specific dwelling unit. And so I believe this is in reference to multifamily dwellings and the fact that we're looking to have one ordinance to go across all zoning types, across all zoning districts. Can you elaborate on that and how this works in multifamily dwellings?
Sure. And again, planning manager Prada can add some color. Clearly, my planning hat is a little dusty since I've been in sustainability this past year and a half. But yeah, so the overall idea was to try to apply this to as many properties within the city as possible. Again, trying to address our climate action plan goal number 1, to electrify 95% of our existing building stock. And so the allowances within the garages would be for any property that has an assigned garage or parking space. And so the general thinking there is that those are the ones where it's not a kind of detached parking arrangement, so that, you know, resident in unit 1 is not impeding parking for the resident in unit 3. And so that was kind of the thinking behind that. And I can turn to Mr. Parada for any additional clarification.
No, there's nothing to add. That was.
Okay, so,
yeah.
so then for those apartments without a dedicated parking spot, they would not be able to encroach in that area. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. So where you have a common, parking level or garage in a multifamily building, there wouldn't be an allowance for an encroachment because that is not a, enclosed garage that's dedicated to that specific unit, as Mr. Paz mentioned. Further, there are other opportunities for those buildings to look at, putting their electrification equipment in the, like encroachments on the exterior of the building. Those would apply to those dwellings in that sense. But yes, in a multifamily condo or apartment building, there would not be that ability if it's a common parking garage.
Okay, and then do you know where, I haven't spent a great amount of time in garages of multifamily dwellings recently. Do you know where they tend to store their current water heaters? Are there like utility rooms where they typically are?
Yeah, no, that's a good question. Yeah, I mean, there's typically in larger multifamily buildings, kind of utility rooms spread throughout. And so you'll see those either in the garage area, but there'll be a separate room or on multiple levels or in a basement. But yeah, there typically tends to be bulking of those because they do serve multiple units. Even in the condo building, there's typically, one larger kind of water heater for multiple units typically.
Okay, thank you very much. Now that I asked some questions, I see Councilmember Torres chomping at the bit, so please.
Thank you. Well, we talked about height. I'd like to talk about width for a second of the water heaters. And I know that there was the request to look at 3x3. In conversation with some environmental quality commissioners, it sounded like from conversations they've had with installation experts, that might be the minimum size. And I'm curious, how typical what is the average size, width of a water heater? And especially talking about the largest size, so up to 80, how big is that?
Yes, so I can take that one. And thank you for the question. So the 80 gallon water heater, based on some of the analysis that we did looking at a few manufacturers, you're looking at around 28 to 29 inches in diameter. And so the 3 foot or 36 inches should afford enough room for both the tank and then the recommended clearances, as well as the attachment and the plumbing to connect the unit to the rest of the building.
Thank you. And one more question on garages, on sizes of garages. I know that the minimum is 10 by 20 or 20 by 20. Is that the average size of garages in our community, or are single and double garages actually larger than that?
Yeah, so it's the minimum width and depth of a required parking space is 10 by 20 for a single covered garage or carport. And then, many homes have their 2 required off-street parking, which is not for every zoning district, I should say. Most, multifamily districts have different parking requirements, but for single family zoning districts, it's 2 off-street parking spaces, one of which has to be covered. And so 10 by 20 is the minimum required dimensions for a garage or carport in our zoning ordinance. Many you'll see as 20 by 20 for a 2-car garage to comply with the 2 off-street parking.
Right, but my question is, do they usually fit that minimum, or are they larger than that minimum?
More recent project. Sorry, I missed that part of the question. Excuse me. It depends. Older homes will probably have a slightly smaller existing garage. You tend to look at homes that were built in the 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s as like having kind of 9 by 18, 18 by 18. That tends to be pretty common. Perhaps maybe looking at the 10 by 20 as the outside dimension versus the inside dimension as we do today. That's speculation on my part, though. But anything more recent in the last couple decades is going to be closer to that 10 by 20.
Thank you.
Councilmember Combs.
Thank you. And may have been said and I missed it. So going back to garages and the requirement that electric equipment be along the rear wall, do we have any requirements for like, for instance, a gas powered water heater as it relates to garages? Can they be in garages? Do they have to be at the rear wall of a garage?
Yeah, no, thank you, Councilmember Combs. Good question. So currently there are no permitted encroachments into that required 10 by 20 clear space for a garage. So even an existing water heater that is in the garage would technically need to be out of the 10 by 20 minimum depth. Same with other, equipment that often ends up in garages like a laundry or a sink associated with laundry. But those technically do need to be out of the 10 by 20 clear space. And so this allowance that staff's proposing would allow for electric equipment to encroach to help facilitate electrification of existing buildings.
Okay, so the other equipment can be in the garage, just not in the encroachment. And so right now, electric equipment can also be in the garage, right? But just not in the encroachment.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Nash.
Thank you. Following along on that question, I believe the gas equipment is not allowed in the garage or there's a limitation because of combustion and the ability if they are hit. Is that correct? And will that change? Will their combustible change, but will they be allowed in if they have any bollards there, or is there any change for gas equipment?
Yeah, why don't I start and then I'll look to Mr. Paz to add on as needed here. So gas powered, water heaters are typically in garages, so those are allowed. Sometimes, depending on the location in the garage, the building division during the plan check will require a bollard, especially if they're located closer to the ground and kind of in that space where a vehicle may potentially conflict with the equipment, but they are allowed in the garage. There are sometimes additional requirements for bollards to protect them depending on their actual location. But yeah, that's a space that they can be there.
Okay, any other questions before we open the public hearing? Okay. We'll have another bite at it after public comment. So thank you for those questions. So at this point, I would like to open the public hearing. City Clerk Herring, can you please call for public comment on this item?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Willison. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on item K1, the introduction and waiving of the first reading of an ordinance related to electrification equipment, please engage that hand feature bottom of your screen. If you're calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9. Participating in person, please complete a speaker card at the back table and return to me at the clerk's desk. Okay, I am seeing 2 hands currently, and this will be the final call for public comment on item K1. Please note if I haven't received a card or if your hand is not raised, we will be closing public comment with our 2 speakers, which will be Tom Kabat, followed by Angela Evans. Right, and Tom, you should be able to engage your microphone now.
All right, thank you very much. I'm Tom Cabot, Menlo Park resident. Thank you so much for addressing this issue on looking at ways to make electrification easier. We need it definitely for 2 reasons. One is Menlo Park's climate action plan to electrify 95% of buildings and help preserve the climate and preserve the safety of Menlo Park that way. The other is that the Bay Area Air Quality Management District has adopted a 0 NOx appliance rule that will affect gas water heaters and require that water heating be 0 NOx, meaning it can't really have any combustion. So it'll probably go over to heat pump water heaters. That will help the city achieve its climate action goals. But the air district is doing it to save lives by trying to come into compliance with the federal air standards. The Bay Area has been out of compliance with federal air quality standards, emitting too much nitrogen oxides from combustion of gas in water heaters and furnaces, for example. So they've got those rules coming into place starting in 2029 and then, 2027 for water heaters and 2029 for space heat that will have the gas-fired units taken off the shelves. So when units burn out in people's homes, they'll need to be putting in these electric alternatives. It'll make it easier for us to meet our climate action plan goals, but it will put a burden on the homeowner to get those projects done quickly because they want to get those end-use services, hot water and space heat back up and running. And so the more we can smooth the path by reducing city requirements and reducing the city encroachment into people's garages and reduce having the city tell people where they can arrange things in their garages, the more freedom we can leave the residents to arrange things within their own property, within their garage, in the way that they best see fit. And I think that makes sense because we already have parking penalty ordinances for parking on the street. So those ordinances are the thing that keep me from parking on the street, not having a clear space in my garage. You don't need ordinances to do that. You just need to ticket me if I park on the street, and then I arrange to not park on the street. And it would leave me maximum freedom to site equipment that I want in my garage wherever I want it and deal with it that way. Thank you so much.
All right, and our next speaker and final speaker will be Angela Evans.
Hi, this is Angela Evans. I serve on the Environmental Quality Commission, but am speaking here as a resident. First and foremost, a big thank you to staff for what you could clearly see here, the depth and breadth of their understanding of all of these zoning edits, and for explaining so well why these are necessary to ease residents' ability to electrify their home should they choose to do so. The staff has truly done an excellent job, and I'm very grateful for that work. I support staff's recommendations tonight with one small edit to not require water heaters along the back wall of garages, as I too think residents should have ample flexibility to optimize their own garage space. And mostly I want to address a couple things that have come up as well. Although EQC thought once upon a time that we would need to update the noise ordinance, staff has demonstrated that this is not necessary, and I agree. So thank you, staff, for showing us that heat pump equipment will actually very readily and easily comply with our existing noise ordinance. Nobody is talking about noise increases in this context anymore. And in fact, I would argue the opposite. Most people do these replacements when their equipment is dying or is about to die. And that means that folks are going to be replacing equipment that's 10, 15, even 20 years old. That is often much, much louder and clunkier than these new, more efficient appliances. And the second piece I just want to say is that the public subsidies for home electrification are very robust. So we're very lucky, I think, as a community for that. And in fact, next week, a major additional subsidy is going to be going live through Tech California. And it's an even bigger game changer for heat pump water heaters. It will make it almost free or even free in many cases to replace the gas water heater with an electric one. It's a really big deal. But to get access to this and all of the subsidies, frankly, you need to get a permit from the city when you're doing this work. And to get a permit, you need to comply with the zoning ordinances. So the faster that we can make these zoning edits live, the sooner folks are going to be able to access these subsidies in our community. So it feels only fair and right to make to get this passed and to make this as reasonably easy and flexible for homeowners to do so. Thank you.
Okay, and that does conclude our public commenters. Mayor Willison, you may continue.
Thank you, City Clerk Karen. So at this time, I will now close the public hearing and open this item up for city council discussion. So would anyone like to kick us off? Okay, Councilmember Nash. Councilmember Dorr.
Okay, thank you. I'm so glad this is coming to us and really grateful for the work of staff and EQC working together to think about how to create more flexibility so folks can make changes that are good for their homes and good for the world. I am compelled by what our EQC members shared, including Ms. Evans, about the importance of creating flexibility for homeowners to make decisions that are right for them and their homes and their families. So I'm supportive of this ordinance, most of it. The one thing I would like to see is create more flexibility around where it's placed, so it could be on the back or the sides. And I understand there's a concern from staff about what about encroaching on parking space? And I suppose my thoughts there is, you know, we have a responsibility to make this permitting process as flexible and easy as possible for folks to do what they want for their own homes, and also create space for folks to choose for their own homes. And so if someone wants to make it so it would be a tighter squeeze for their car, or maybe they would choose to park their car on their space outside of their covered garage, then I think that's a choice for the homeowner to make. And I'm also encouraged that water heaters can be moved. And so if at a later date the homeowner wanted to move, they could do so. And a new homeowner could come in and move the water heater back to the back if that's what they chose. But I'd want this to be more up to the homeowner as opposed to the city deciding where that goes. And I'll stop there. Thank you.
Okay, would anyone else like to? Councilmember Combs.
Thank you, staff, for the presentation. Have we ever done like a survey to get some understanding of how many residents actually park their cars in their garage? Is that information we've ever deemed? Because I did a survey for my block, and I'll share the results, but so much more isolated survey. But I was wondering.
Yeah, no, thanks for the question. From a planning perspective, I'm not aware of us doing a survey in the recent past of actual garage usage.
Okay. And again, I know that staff is responding to parking requirements, and you know, they exist for a reason, and it's not like you can have a parking requirement and then you know, allow that to be sort of countered in some substantive way. But on my block, I don't know exactly. It's a normal block in Menlo Park. There were actually 2 homes that park their car in their garage of, I don't know, like, you know, certainly over 24 homes. And so I do think, echoing Councilmember Dorr, I do think the ordinances we have and the parking requirements are important, but I also think it's important to reflect reality to some degree as we understand it, or be a little bit flexible to it. And so I'm inclined to agree with Councilmember Dorr to give residents a little bit more flexibility. Again, echoing my comments before, I'm in favor of making this transition as easy as possible for residents, because it is still can be Herculean, it still can be costly. And for those residents who have endeavored to you know, go down this path, I do think it's important that we make it as frictionless as possible. And so in that sense, I completely understand where staff is coming from. And I do know that it's already, you're providing an exception for electric equipment by letting them go into two areas that other like sort of equipment is not allowed. But I think as far as this first effort, I would be inclined to, again, give residents some additional flexibility with where this equipment is placed. And then I don't know, we could check in a year or a couple of years and see what the results are, and see if there's something that, where we've created some issues, and if so, we could address them at that time. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Taylor. Councilmember Nash.
So I very much agree with the comments that have been said about the flexibility in the garage. I'm pleased to hear about the your informal survey. That's my experience as well, just walking, just traveling around and looking at people's garages. They're often not used for the cars. And in fact, people are choosing in some cases to not have cars or to have fewer cars and park their bicycles or other modes of transportation there. So I would also be interested in allowing people to install their equipment on the sides as well as the back of the garage. Also, people are building larger garages, so it may not affect it. I think it is good to give people choices and let them plan their space, what works best for their family. My one other comment would be on the outreach to make sure that the information is available in both Spanish and English. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Willison, and thank you, staff, for the presentation. I agree with the comments that Councilmember both Combs and Nash just made, and just wanted to verify that the comment our commissioner made is that there will be no changes to the noise ordinance.
Yeah, happy to answer that. That's correct. Staff's not proposing any changes to the noise ordinance.
Okay, thank you. And my last question is about the requiring residents to submit a form acknowledging voluntary reduction of parking area. Is that a practice that other cities has? Is this something new?
So thanks for the question. I'll start and then turn it over to Mr. Paz for any research specifically to this. But I will say that the planning division does require, signed forms or affidavits for many compliance measures. So this would be something that we have done for other projects, other records, or other permits. And to go further, just to kind of go to the purpose of trying to incentivize and make this as simple as possible for applicants, staff would be looking to develop that form as part of the rollout of the ordinance, so that applicants would have a standard form to review and sign and submit with their permits. And I'll turn it over to Mr. Paz for any other specifics for electrification specifically.
Thank you. So we did reach out through our RICAPS, which is a group that the city's a part of. So it's related to regional implementation of climate action plans within San Mateo County, and then some beyond. And we heard back from Palo Alto, Redwood City, Atherton, and Portola Valley with a mix of different allowances within the garages. Ours is a little bit more extensive than some of our neighbors in that we would be allowing like specific allowances for this electric equipment. Whereas some of the others require, just clearance or that they're just allowed, equipment's just allowed in garages. And so as far as a form, I'm not aware of another city that's requiring the form, but again, these are newer ideas, and we will be sharing them with other cities who are interested in seeing how this goes.
Thank you.
Councilmember Dorr.
Thank you so much for raising that question, Vice Mayor Taylor. I have a question. Currently, what percentage of folks do we estimate are going through the permitting process to get water heaters? Because I've heard that it might not be 100%, as in it might actually be quite small.
Yeah, no, thanks, Councilmember Dorr. Unfortunately, I just don't have an answer to that in terms of a percentage of permit or unpermitted work.
Gotcha. I'm raising this because I feel like I've heard people throw around maybe 10-20% of folks might get permits, and to get the rebates, the fantastic rebates for the heat pump water heaters and et cetera, it requires that you do the permitting. So you are officially labeled out so you can get those rebates. And so we want to help make it as easy as possible for homeowners who are going through all this work to electrify to easily go through the permitting process. So it's a streamlined effort. And so knowing that we're proposing this voluntary form, or the form for acknowledging voluntary reduction of parking space, that seems like maybe one additional hurdle that could be removed, especially seeing that other cities aren't doing this, to make it easier for folks who are wanting to electrify. And along with that, I'm curious if there might be other additional forms or requirements that we're creating that could be taken out to help further streamline this process, so it can reduce the administrative burden to the city, but also help that new permitting process that folks are going to have to experience be a little bit easier.
Was that a question or a comment?
It's a request to remove or a request, curiosity on the dais if other folks are interested in removing that form, requirement to have a form to acknowledge voluntary reduction of parking. And it's also been a question to city staff about, are there other ways that we might be able to simplify the permitting process?
Well, and following up with Councilmember Dorr's question, can you explain the rationale for having the form, and other than confirming that the applicant is aware that what they're doing is encroaching on previously zoned parking space, is there any kind of like liability coverage it gives the city, or can you explain why that was the recommendation?
Yeah, no, thanks. Good question. So there's a couple of things. So yes, part of it is to encourage acknowledgement that there could be a parking situation or a parking change that could be a constraint for the current owner, as well as to notify a future owner that there could be this constraint based on improvements that were made by the prior owner. So when a home is purchased, while this wouldn't be recorded against the property, staff's not suggesting that, it would be part of the city's record. And sometimes those records are pulled by prospective homeowners looking to purchase the property. So it would be an opportunity for some research there for the existing homeowner to acknowledge this situation that they are, voluntarily taking advantage of the city's potential code or zoning ordinance adoption this evening, or introduction this evening, with the flexibility, and then also allowing future owners to know kind of those changes that were made. The item is really to also help with permitting. So this acknowledgement would be a quicker review by staff, in terms of the permit coming in, being reviewed through the plan check process by our building code plan checker, and then planning taking a look to confirm that it meets the criteria for the allowances for the encroachment, one of them being the kind of acknowledgement. So there would simplify some of the review from staff in terms of like a detailed plan check. So we felt like this would help streamline that as well.
So by adding this step, you think it's actually going to reduce the administrative burden?
Well, I appreciate the statement, and I don't think there's an administrative burden one way or another, but it does allow us to potentially not need to check as many compliance measures with the form. And so part of it, I should say, is that the ordinance is set up to streamline with the form as part of that, so that we as staff weren't suggesting additional criteria that the applicant would need to identify and meet in the plan set. So it's not that the form in the current ordinance is an administrative burden or a benefit, but the ordinance is set up with the form to reduce a lot of potential criteria that staff were evaluating as we put together the ordinance. So simplified the ordinance with the form being part of that, if that makes sense.
Really helpful, thanks. I would be inclined to leave it in, given staff's recommendation and rationale. So I believe everyone's spoken. I'm I appreciate the flexibility. I appreciate this yielding a low administrative burden and kind of helping with that. I know the word streamlining can mean a lot of things, but making it as easy as possible. My one thing that I'm just trying to reconcile is this multifamily component, because I think a lot of us, when on the dais, are thinking about our own experiences with our streets and how many people are in the garage or not in the garage. And then when I drive out on Coleman Avenue, which is near my house, there are a lot of apartments, and I know a lot of people live in those apartments with cars. And so I'm just wondering the impact on a potential side encroachment and reduction in parking in some of these multi-family dwellings. And I'm trying to understand more about how that would play out. Because I think it's one thing if you're the homeowner and you're making that choice, but it's another thing if a landlord is taking, I guess they're not taking away the parking spot. I don't know, maybe you can help me understand this multifamily issue, because I want to make sure we're not operating with a blind spot, because this would be for all zoning districts.
Yeah, no, thanks, Mayor Wilson. Let me try to answer based on what I heard, and please correct me if I need to pivot and provide different response here. So in terms of the multifamily, there's a number of existing development patterns within the city where on a multifamily parcel, there's a lot of single family styled developments. So you see a lot of 2-unit detached dwellings, 3-unit detached dwellings, or attached kind of townhome designs that are owned independently by individuals in a condo kind of a situation. In those typically have an attached garage. And so that's where part of the recommendation by staff to permit these encroachments in garages that are, dedicated or assigned to a unit is to kind of allow for those townhome configurations. One comes to mind is on El Camino, the Artisan Way development. Those are townhomes, those are condos individually owned. And so there's a lot of kind of those types of development patterns where the encroachment could be allowed. And then there are some on-site parking constraints that would need to be worked out with neighbors, but that would be a private matter between those neighbors. We're talking more about those condo developments versus apartment buildings that are rentals.
So when you're saying assigned to the unit, because I'm thinking, I remember when I lived in apartments, I would be renting, but a spot number 7 was my assigned spot for my unit. That's not what you're talking about.
Yeah, the intent, good clarification. The intent is really those units that have a dedicated covered parking space that's specific to their unit and individually accessed versus in a common garage. Yes, thank you.
Okay, so the Coleman example that I gave you would not fall within this ordinance. They would be the exempt one, even though there might be unit 7 gets parking spot 7.
Correct. And so in that scenario, the property owner would have potentially other mechanisms to electrify the building through the other locations within the existing structure or the encroachments that on the exterior of the structure that would be allowed into the required side or rear yards that staff's proposing. So those would still apply to any kind of multifamily rental and multifamily ownership units.
Okay, I think I'm feeling much more comfortable knowing that that was the definition of assigned. So it sounds like we might be nearing a motion here. First, Mr. Prada and Mr. Paz, given the direction it sounds like the council is moving in, are there any final concerns or reaction to us kind of pivoting a little bit from staff recommendations? Anything you think we need to be aware of or consider before we move forward with a motion that seems to be coalescing?
Thank you, Mayor Wilson. Appreciate the opportunity to address that question. Staff provided an analysis in the report. Staff's happy to take the council's direction this evening, modify staff's recommendation accordingly. we appreciate the dialogue this evening. We're happy to modify the ordinance that we're introducing this evening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Prada, and we do really appreciate all of the effort that's gone into this, all the commission meetings that have vetted this, and we know that this will come back to council for another vote. So those members of the public who are following along will have another opportunity if they so choose to provide feedback. Vice Mayor Taylor, nothing. Okay, so I'm open for entertaining a motion at this point, if someone would like to do so.
I would be happy to motion with the adjustment, so allowing encroachment on the sides as well.
Is there a verbal second?
Second.
Thank you. I think City Clerk Karen prefers both electronic and verbal acknowledgement of motion making. Thank you very much, Vice Mayor Taylor. Okay, City Clerk Karen.
Thank you, Mayor Willison. Give me just one moment to make sure that I've got the amendment in the motion. Give me 1 second. So it looks like we're amending section 10(6) B as in boy. Is that correct, staff?
That is correct.
Thank you. Okay. All righty. So I have a motion on the floor, and that was by Vice Mayor Taylor. Or no, I'm sorry, by City Council Member Doer. And apologies, the seconder was Vice Mayor Taylor. Great, and that motion is going to be introduce and waive the first reading of an ordinance to add 16.04.296 and amend section 16.04120, 16.04313, 16.04.320, 16.04.325, 16.18.030, 16.20.030, 16.60.010, 16.72.010, and 16.80.030 of Title 16 zoning of the Menlo Park Municipal Code to allow electrification equipment in existing covered parking spaces and to allow exterior enclosures for electrification equipment with the required side and rear setbacks of existing residential dwelling units in all zoning districts, including modifications to section 10(6)B of the ordinance. And looking to planning manager Prada.
If I may, through the mayor, if we can in the motion confirm that staff's clarifying edit from the presentation this evening to section 1660 was also included.
Is that amendable to the motion maker and the seconder?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Great. So we are and including an edit to 16.60, correct? Great. All right, any further city council question or discussion? Seeing none. Please proceed with voting. I'm pending 2 votes.
The screen is showing motion to accept or seconder Taylor. We're not able to vote on the
Oh.
screen we're seeing.
Okay, let me bring that on back. Okay, so it's still a motion by City Council Member Doer and a second by Vice Mayor Taylor with the motion as previously stated. Try proceeding with voting now.
I believe we are good to go.
Great. And the motion passes unanimously. Thank
Great.
you.
Thank you, City Clerk Karen, and thank you, Mr. Prada, Mr. Paz, and everyone who worked on this ordinance. And we look forward to many more heat pump water heaters and reaching our climate action goals. So thank you. All right, we are moving on to L, which is our regular business. Under regular business, the city council considers recommendations from city staff on policy matters or administrative actions that require city council approval. The first regular business item is L1, approve the Menlo Park Community Campus Parking Management Plan and adopt a resolution authorizing timed parking restrictions. And here to introduce this item is our senior transportation engineer, Kevin Chen. Good evening, Mr. Chen.
Good evening, everyone. If you can just give me a couple minutes to set up logistically. Thank you. Great, thank you very much. Just confirming that you can see the starting slide of the presentation. Looks like that's a yes from everyone. Great, thank you very much. My name is Kevin Chen, Senior Transportation Engineer with the city. Very happy to be here tonight to introduce the item and seeking your feedback and ultimately your approval for the item. So as the slide demonstrated, the item that we're here for you tonight is the Menlo Park Community Campus, specifically the parking management plan that we're introducing tonight. Given the time frame, I'm just going to briefly go over some of the background information that might be pertinent to the conversation tonight, and then also a brief overview of the parking analysis that took place during the planning stage of this MPCC effort, and then of course followed by our recommendations proposed by staff tonight. So as some of you might know, the parking management has gone through a couple of public meetings. Here's just a quick snapshot of some of the meetings that have taken place. We started out with December 2022, where we went to the Complete Streets Commission, also abbreviated here as the CSC, to provide direction on a draft parking management. So for the sake of the conversation, PMP is the acronym that we came up with tonight. Of course, followed by the draft. Once staff developed a draft PMP, we went back to the Complete Streets Commission for some additional feedback, and that took place back in May of this year, which then following that meeting, staff then went back to the drawing board, modify and finalize the draft PMP, which then brings to us here tonight for your review and your feedback and approval of the parking management plan. So as I mentioned a little bit earlier, during the planning phase of the MPCC, a mixed-use parking analysis was conducted. Generally speaking, for a mixed-use analysis, it's trying to take advantage of the land uses that the site is providing, looking at the demand of the parking demand throughout the day and hopefully maximizing the demand versus supply that a particular site would provide. And of course, with MPCC, we recognize that there's a multi-use facility. We have senior center, we have our childcare center, we have a lot of activities going on. So there's a really good case to have a mixed-use study to really maximize the parking efficiency. So not going into any of the study details, here is a quick snapshot of the results that we wanted to kind of share with you tonight, particularly looking at the future scenario where we really look at what the parking peak hour would be on a typical weekday. So in this case, we sort of divided up the entire site into sort of MPCC, Beechwood, also Kelly Park, but really we're really looking at the site as a whole, but just wanted to provide a little bit more information here. So specifically looking at the site, what the study shown is the peak hour demand in the future would be at 6 p.m., where the demand for parking at that time would be approximately 155 spaces. And again, happy to go into more details if any of you are interested in looking at the mixed-use study. Really, so here what I really want to share is that the supply that we're providing in the future, again, considering the entire site, which will be able to meet the demand generated by the site in the future. So as I mentioned previously, what we're really here for you tonight is to solicit your feedback and approval of the parking management plan. Here's a quick snapshot of some of our recommendations for you tonight. Specifically, we are recommending on a few areas across the entire site. The first one is the Beechwood site, which also is highlighted in blue for your convenience here. We're recommending a signage that would demonstrate a prioritization for the Beechwood Parking School, specifically during the school days between the hours of 7:30 and 3:30 p.m. And again, taking advantage of the fact that after 3:30, that lot would typically be open for other activities. So we wanted to kind of take advantage of the shared use nature of the site. Also, we're recommending 4 high turnover spots, and that would be the ones highlighted in sort of teal or blue, depending on how you look at it. That is located sort of the center of the image. Additionally, for illustration purposes, I just wanted to kind of highlight that we are showing the bicycle parking availabilities. The one in green are basically future bike racks that will be provided on the site. There are going to be a total of 10, which equates to approximately 20 actual spaces. In the back end, there's a bike locker as well. And then also kind of along the frontage, kind of where the future pool will be, there's a loading zone area. Our recommendation tonight is to make it a white passenger loading zone to serve, future childcare activities or senior activities that may require those drop off and pick up as a daily activity goes. So of course, with the parking management plan, there are always other considerations. And here is a quick snapshot of those other considerations and what our recommendations to you are tonight. Particularly just kind of highlighting a couple of them as you kind of read through them on your screen. The first one is prioritization parking for seniors. At this moment in time, our staff recommendation is to wait for the program to be administered, wait for it to be starting operation, conduct some of our sort of standard outreach with the seniors that are actually using the program to see what their preferences are, and then kind of make a determination at that time. Similarly, with some of the other activities, such as additional loading zones or additional bicycle parkings, staff's recommendation is really wanted to let the site be occupied, let those programs be established, and then take a more comprehensive approach of learning the actual behaviors and then addressing them accordingly. The last two are sort of a little bit more off-site activities. One is not quite off-site, but the wayfinding signs. That's actually one of the recommendations that we received from the Complete Streets Commission. Really, if you've kind of driven by the Belhaven area, or maybe even from downtown, you might see those bicycle wayfinding signs, really big green signs, really telling people if you want to go to a particular destination, the amount of time and the amount of mileage that you'll take for you to bike there. So again, kind of considering that, we wanted to make sure that we have the proper destination, the origin and destination, making sure that we allocate those signs accordingly. So that's why the recommendation is monitor over time. And then briefly, just looking at the PGAE substation driveway, it's another recommendation that we received from the Complete Streets Commission. It's not one of the highlights tonight, but happy to go into details if that's something of interest to the council here. And then one other topic that we received throughout meetings that we have conducted for this particular item is the topic of overnight parking. As some of you might know, the facility sometimes did receive overnight parking back in the past. However, given that if we wanted to really have a policy that addresses overnight parking, it really should be a more consistent approach, because then it really applies throughout all the city-owned facilities. And as a result of that, staff's recommendation is to really probably want to take a bit more time. It's probably not something that the MPCC itself can address, and really take more time to evaluate, look at some of the recommendations, look at the behaviors of the other facilities, and come up with a more consistent policy across the board. But just for your benefit, we did identify some of the topics that would go into that conversation, again, as we approach that in the near future. And with that, I conclude my presentation. Thank you very much and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chen. So City Clerk Karen, can you please call for public comment on this item?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Willison. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on item L1, approve the Menlo Park Community Campus Parking Management Plan and adopt a resolution authorizing timed parking restrictions. Participating virtually, please engage that hand feature bottom of your screen. Calling in from a landline or cell phone, please press *9. Participating in person, please complete a speaker card at that back table. Return to me at the clerk's desk. This will be the final call for public comment on regular business item L1. Seeing no hands or cards, Mayor Willison, you may continue.
Thank you, City Clerk Karen. It's now time for the council to discuss or ask questions on this item. Vice Mayor Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Willison, and thank you, Mr. Chen, for the presentation. I have a question. On the last slide, you put future items, overnight parking. Just wanted to find out how you will include neighborhood comments because the facility is in a neighborhood.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I think your question sort of alluded to the fact that it will be a much bigger process as a whole. Again, if we do, if a set of policies is to be developed for the overnight parking, it really will be comprehensive and across all city-owned facilities. And as a result of that, we'll be conducting outreach, neighborhood outreach, all the stakeholders as necessary, similar to many other transportation projects we have within the city.
Thank you. I have one more question and a comment, and that is Beechwood does have events that are after 3:30 occasionally. How would that parking be handled? The parking needs of the school?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. I think that's obviously going to have to be a partnership between the city and Beechwood as well. I think generally we have a really good open line of communication if there are big events, and I suspect with a few future campus, there could be big events coming from the campus as well. So there's going to be an ongoing dialogue, I think, between the entities to make sure that we address those needs and address any potential conflicts in the near future as well.
Thank you. And I appreciate that the plan that you've created is flexible and where changes and updates can be made periodically. So I'm in support. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Taylor. Any other comments about this proposed plan? Councilmember Dorr.
Yes, I'm curious in the parking needs study, how you analyze potential non-driving uses. And I'm especially looking at the map and seeing that there are 20 spaces for bikes, but then was it 76 parking spaces, not including EV parking. And knowing that the community center is about a mile maximum for most of the community of Bellhaven, I'm just curious about the availability of bike parking and how that was studied in this work. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that question. I think and I apologize in advance, when the study was conducted back in 2020, I wasn't quite as involved with the project at the time, but my understanding is there were extensive conversation between the consultant that got selected to do the study, as well as our LCS department at the time, the director and I think the assistant director at the time. There were a lot of conversation back and forth between the existing use, anticipated future use with the new campus, as well as sort of some of the changes that could be at the result of a new campus. So unfortunately, I can't go into exactly the amount of details that gets into that, but I think one of the things that we are trying to address to kind of answer your question indirectly is that with the amount of bicycle parking spaces, we do anticipate to have a close monitor of the situation. We have been kind of identifying potential sites that we can add more bicycle parking if necessary. So again, similar to some of the topics that I highlighted a little bit earlier, we're going to be taking a very close look and a close monitoring of the situation.
Thank you so much.
Just building off Councilmember Dorr, I too kind of I'm thinking about how to maximize access to the center. I'm glad to hear that 10 really means 20 bike parking spaces. It still feels hopefully low because we want more people to be biking there. I'm also wondering if Beechwood currently has bicycle parking. I don't know if that's kind of on their property or something we could install during this process, but I don't know what the circulation patterns are of Beechwood students, but that might be another opportunity because I know a lot of them do come from the Bellhaven Triangle. And so whatever we can do to encourage more bicycle and less cars would be a great thing.
Noted. Yeah.
So we just, there is apparently bike parking on the Beechwood campus.
Okay, thank you. So I know that the staff report and the plan is to monitor various components related to senior parking, loading zones, bicycle parking. When do you anticipate doing that and making adjustments as needed?
Thank you. I think there's probably a multi-step approach, if you will. I think the first thing we're going to do is we're going to work very closely with our LCS department. They are the one that's handling all the programming. Obviously, we're going to have conversations kind of toward maybe toward closer to opening day, so to speak. And then as the program mature and materialize, we're going to continue to have those conversations. I envision us taking field observations as well. Typically, with a new entity that opens up either a transportation improvement or something else, typically we'll go out there, we'll make observations as the days and the months pass by and then address them accordingly. So I would anticipate kind of that two-way simultaneous approach.
Thanks, and I would encourage some kind of thinking around incentivizing people to use alternative modes of transportation. I don't know. I know we're going to be looking at the master fee schedule and we need to pay for all these things somehow, but I don't know if it's like a discount if you arrive on a bike or a free ice cream at the snack shack or something to motivate people to try biking and making it a really positive or walking to make or transit. Basically not coming in a single occupancy vehicle, kind of having like a reward program or get stamps on a card and after 10 you get an ice cream or something. But it seems like a great way to, when we're kicking off the center, getting people excited, people kind of figure out their travel mode. And so if we get them early, we might have a chance of moving some people's behavior. Thank you. Any other comments? Councilmember Combs?
Yeah, I mean, I'll just add, like I often like to the community center and its former, as it was formerly, and many of the times my bike was there very alone on the rack. And so I think if we come to a point where it's clear that like demand as far as biking exceeds capacity, then that's a good problem. And I think we all would be supportive of fixes, and those are fixes that are quite take some planning, but could be fairly easy and costly. I'm not opposed to the idea of incentives, but I think I would want to see that see how that may play out. But I could in theory be supportive of incentives. But overall, thanks for the presentation. I know there's a lot of work that goes into something like this, and a lot of different scenarios that have to be played out, and edge cases that have to be thought about. So very much appreciated and supportive of this.
Councilmember Nash?
Thanks. I have very little to add. Appreciate all the work that's gone into it. My one other comment would be that to keep track of the need for parking for cargo bikes, family bikes. Hopefully, as everyone is saying, and I know you've been anticipating, whatever we can do to get people out of vehicles and onto walking, biking, shuttles is beneficial. Thank you.
All right, so Mr. Lauch.
We do need you to adopt a resolution related to the parking items.
All right, so we are going to push our buttons on our screens, and whoever motions and seconds, please announce up. It's already happened, so.
I'll make the motion to approve. I've seconded.
Thank you both.
Thank you. So I have a motion on the floor by Vice Mayor Taylor and a second by City Council Member Nash to approve the MPCC parking management plan and adopt a resolution authorizing timed parking restrictions at MPCC. Any further City Council question, discussion? Seeing none. Please proceed with voting. And the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lauch, Mr. Chen, and for everyone who is working on this exciting project. Okay, we are moving on to our next regular business item, our final one, which is L2, adopt a resolution to amend the salary schedule effective November 5th, 2023. And here to introduce the item is our brand new Human Resources Manager, Charla Freckman. We are thrilled to have you join our city, and good evening, Ms. Freckman.
Thank you. I'm thrilled to be here. Sorry about that. I'm thrilled to be here. Yes, tomorrow will be my 1-month anniversary, and it's going extremely well. I just want to say good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. I'm pleased to be here to present a proposed resolution for your consideration and adoption, which amends the city's salary schedule. As you probably know, the city maintains a salary schedule for all city classifications, and our personnel rules give your council the authority to amend those salary schedules as needed. There are 3 amendments that are being proposed to the salary schedule for an effective date of November 5th, 2023. And those 3 amendments are: 1, add a classification of building official; 2, adjust the salary for the Public Works Director classification; 3, increase the salary for the Public Works Supervisor of Facilities by 5% in recognition of additional duties being assigned and currently being performed by the current incumbent. There are 2 attachments to the resolution before you, and they are the amendments showing the 3 positions that are being amended, and then the full salary schedule. And I would like to just take a moment and provide a little bit of rationale and context for why staff is recommending the proposed changes. 1, regarding the addition of a building official classification. There is a need to add a building official. Currently, the city does not have this classification. It's my understanding that at one point, and I don't have a specific time frame for you, but there was an existing building official at some point in the past for the city, but when the prior incumbent was promoted to the Assistant Community Development Director, the building official classification was removed. So as that department has evolved, there's been a need now in looking at assessing where the department is going, and in reference to succession planning, it's recommended that this building official classification be brought back and have someone function in that classification. This position would be in the in the unrepresented group, because it's been identified as a key management position with substantive responsibility for legally mandated administering the legally mandated codes and interpreting all sorts of construction codes for compliance. In reference to where this position or this classification will be placed, if you recall, in 2018, your council adopted a salary structure for the unrepresented classifications, and that was inclusive of 6 tiers. And the table of those tiers is in your staff report. And the tiers starting at the lower end, which is tier number 1, and going to the top, which is tier number 6, We looked at the depth and breadth and span of responsibility for the building official and compared it to comparable positions that have similar depth and breadth and span of authority. And we determined that our recommendation would be to place the building official in tier 2 of the management salary structure. Now moving on to the second recommendation for amending the salary plan, which is the adjustment of the salary range for the public works supervisor over facilities. We are recommending that the range for this salary, for this classification, be increased by 5%. And the primary reason for that is because the current incumbent has been assigned additional duties, which will be included in a new classification, or I shouldn't say new classification, an amended classification, to include responsibilities primarily around capital improvement projects, and more specifically focused on fossil fuel replacements with electric options. We believe that with these additional responsibilities that are actually being currently performed by the incumbent, that a 5% increase is a reasonable supplement to the current salary range. Then regarding the third proposed amendment, this is to adjust the public works director's salary. And actually, it looks like it's a reduction, but it really isn't. What's prompting this recommendation is a previous error that was made when payroll staff was implementing the changes for the SEIU bargaining unit and the negotiated salary changes for that particular group of employees. There was an error that was made in the formula that was implemented, which somehow created an error in giving an increase to the public works director's position. Fortunately, there was no overpayment that resulted from this error because the position was vacant and remains vacant, but we did hire a brand new public works director that will be starting in the near future. The fiscal impact for this fiscal year, the remaining fiscal year for 23-24 is excuse me, tied to the 5% increase for the public works supervisor over facilities, which amounts to a $5,076 for the remainder of the fiscal year. So in conclusion, staff recommends that your council adopt this resolution to amend the 3 changes as described, and these would be effective November 5th, 2023. Thank you for the opportunity to present these recommendations to you, and I'd be happy to answer questions, but I would like to throw out an apology in advance that I may not have historical agency knowledge to answer some of your questions. I may have to defer to Assistant City Manager.
Thank you very much, Ms. Spreckman, for that presentation. So City Clerk Karen, can you please call for public comment on this item?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Willison. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to comment on item L2, adopt a resolution to amend the salary schedule effective November 5th of 2023. Participating in person, please complete out a speaker card at that back table. Return to me at the clerk's desk. If you're participating virtually, now's the time to engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. Calling in from a landline or cell phone, please press *9 now. Final call for public comment on regular business item L2. All right, and we'll have one speaker, and that will be Lynn Bramlett.
Good evening, council and staff. First, it's nice to see you all again, and I welcome the new HR manager as well. I just had a comment about the salary list. I did not see the emergency manager role listed, whatever the title might be. And I hope hiring someone in that role is still in the plan, and it was just, an omission. I think it's really important to, to have someone at the senior level role that's recommended to kind of oversee all the different elements involved, some of which we've heard tonight. And I think, I know you all know it's not if, but when the disaster is coming, and there is a financial risk to the city too, if we don't take action. But our neighboring fire district is moving along. And as much as I can, I go to meetings, county meetings, California meetings, their meetings, working to represent the city, not above in an inappropriate way, but towards, what would be our city's interests, and encouraging them to involve the jurisdictions in what they're planning. So I hope you are going to add that. And meanwhile, I think you all know I lead a disaster preparedness organization focused at the neighborhood and household level. And we will continue our work, and we look forward to working with this person who will hopefully, is on track to being on the list and being hired one day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bramlett.
And that does conclude our public comment for this item. Mayor Willison, please continue.
Thank you. And I think it is exciting that we have an HR manager now to help us with these positions. But let me actually follow up with Ms. Bramlett's question. Mr. Stolte, I see you moving around like you have an answer for the question. So please.
So the emergency preparedness coordinator is forthcoming later this year. So we'll be adding that to the salary schedule. It's under development right now.
Okay, thank you. I know we do see salary schedule items periodically. So thank you, Ms. Bramlett. Okay, is there any council questions or discussions on this item? Vice Mayor Taylor.
Thank you. And actually, my comments are not on, they're on the salary schedule, but not necessarily the 3 items that were brought to us by staff. And I just want to point out that if you look at and I brought this up maybe 3 months ago, just about the salary for our child care teachers, they actually make less than our library assistants, which are all under the Library and Community Services Department now. And so I look at the salaries there. I want you to see the progression as the salaries go down once you get to the child care teachers. I do not believe that they were included in the survey to determine who was being underpaid in different classifications. And it's probably because there's already been a standard established for how low their salaries are. I just want to point it out because it is staring in our face right now. And it is bothersome to even see. And I know that we're not here to deal with that, but we do have an opportunity while we're on council to address. It's even past an inequity. To me, this is just blatantly wrong. That's my first comment. The second is looking at our own compensation, city council members, from not available up to $7,680 a year. So at some point, it would be nice to know if there is any potential to increase it. So that way, when folks decide that they want to run for council, there's something else to look forward to. Thank you. And those are my comments.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Taylor. Any other comments or questions on this item?
Is there any response to Councilman or Vice Mayor Taylor comment about the salary difference as it relates to the early childhood educators and library staff? Is there any clear reason to that delta?
Yes, so through the mayor and through the council, yeah, that question was not raised to us earlier. So I don't think there's an explanation that we can provide right this second. Happy to circle back. Both of those positions, I believe, are represented through SEIU. And so that was not the agenda item before you, as Vice Mayor Taylor mentioned. Happy to report back, though, on that.
Okay, totally fair. I think I appreciate that report back. On just responding to Councilmember Taylor, I don't have any response to the staff report. That's fine. I'm not opposed to the idea of looking at council compensation. Certainly is not a priority, and any proposed change, I would say would take place after the next election. So that in theory that like if there was some change, and I'm only assuming a change in the direction of up, that it would impact or that some portion of us would have to stand for election before that went into effect.
Councilmember Dorr?
Yes, I have a separate thing not related to the agenda items, but connected to the management compensation plan structure. I know that here we show that sustainability managers in the tier 1, which is 30% below the benchmark. We heard several items this evening talking about our priority around climate action, our priority around electrification, around thinking about adaptation. We've had conversation about adaptation, trying to get a levy to protect our communities, thinking about sea level rise. So many different topics around climate, around sustainability, that I would like to put a pin in for future conversation about if this sustainability manager position could be bumped up to a tier 2 at minimum or higher. And just want to hold space for conversation at some point in the near future, given the amount of work and the kind of talent we're hoping to attract to that role. Thank you.
Thank you. So question for staff. It sounds like there's a lot of comments and interest in various positions. How would we go about discussing this in a way that would be productive and not kind of try to ram it into a staff item? That would it be a study session, or how should, because I'm hearing various positions that folks want to kind of revisit, and how would we even go about properly discussing this?
Let's see, I could just take the first stab, then may look to others for some assistance depending on that. So I've just to recap some of the comments thus far, because I think it would be appropriate then to turn to the items in front of the council for this evening. So the ones that I've heard thus far about the emergency preparedness, childcare teachers, library, and city's council compensation, and the sustainability. So those are four.
Those are the ones I've heard. I don't know if we all had a chance, if we were opening this up, if there would be others coming out. But you're right. Those are the ones that have been brought up, but I know we need to get back to what's before us.
Exactly.
So which is why I'm asking, like,
Correct.
what's the forum?
Okay, yes,
for
there's going to be upcoming forums. There's, as the council knows, there are current negotiations with the one bargaining unit, AFSCME. There's the unrepresented unit, which I do intend to bring forward to the city council in the coming months. So I'd say part of it depends on where positions fall within those units. If you want to look across the organization, that may be a different approach. And then just kind of where that fits in with overall council calendars for this year going into next year, we're quite full on sort of that broader discussion. So if there's specific items that are higher priority, it'd be helpful to hear about those. If it's about across the organization, I'd say that may be coming, that may be an item for the new year. But there will be items coming forward in the coming months specific to certain groups.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone want to make any other comments, or I also will entertain a motion on what's before us this evening.
I'll make the motion to approve.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Taylor. Is there a second?
I second.
Thank you, Councilmember Dorr.
Great. I have a motion on the floor by Vice Mayor Taylor and a second by City Council Member Dorr to adopt a resolution to approve the following amendments to the Menlo Park salary schedule. 1, add a new classification to the salary schedule for building official. 2, update the salary range for Public Works Supervisor Facilities. And number 3, correct an error in the Public Works Director salary range. Any further City Council question or discussion? All right, seeing none, please proceed with voting. And the motion passes unanimously.
All right, we are moving on to M, informational items. Informational items are transmitted to the City Council in staff's effort to provide an update on matters of importance to the City Council. Informational items are not action items. However, a City Council member, city staff member, or a member of the public may request to make a comment or ask a question on any of the informational items. City Clerk Karen, do we have any public comments on the informational items this evening?
Thank you, Mayor Willison. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on our informational items, M1, City Council agenda topics through November, M2, the Police Department Q3 quarterly update, or M3, an update on the Vision Zero action plan. Participating in person, please complete a speaker card at that back table, return to me at the clerk's desk. Participating virtually, please engage that hand feature bottom of your screen. Calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9 now. Final call for public comment on our informational items M1 through M3. Seeing no hands or cards, Mayor Willison, you may continue.
Thank you, City Clerk Karen. Are there any council comments or questions on the informational items? Vice Mayor Taylor?
Thank you, Mayor Willison. I have a question on M2, and my question just is, or request is, if it's possible for the next quarterly update for it to be in Spanish as well.
Chief Norris, would you like to address that request?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Vice Mayor Taylor, for that question. And I know you posed that just a little bit before the council meeting today. So I've already provided an answer to you in writing, which is absolutely, if you think it's important, we can work on that. We'll figure out how the logistics work with that. But it's important information for the community. So getting that in Spanish is important to us as well.
Thank you, Chief Norris.
Thank you very much, Chief Norris. All right, I believe we are ready to move on then to our city manager's report. Good evening again, City Manager Murphy.
Yes, good evening. So I do have 3 things that I can highlight this evening, and I'll try to go in chronological order. So one is on this Thursday, October 26th, there's a community meeting on San Francisco Creek winter preparedness. It's going to be held at the Upper Laurel campus, I believe at 6:30. And that's where communities of Menlo Park, East Palo Alto are all invited to this event co-hosted by the Creek JPA and the city of Menlo Park. There'll be presentations, representation by all 5 agencies that are part of the Creek JPA. Second thing is this Saturday is a Halloween hoopla downtown Menlo Park. There'll be a parade and festivities at Fremont Park afterwards. So if you're interested in the parade, you can gather at 10:45 behind Cheeky Monkey. And then the parade should start around 11. And then the festivities should continue until 2. And then the last thing is our community funding grant program is open. It's an annual program. There's information on the website, menlopark.gov/community funding grant. And that's for nonprofits that provide key services to Menlo Park residents can apply for funding from the city. So it's a great opportunity for nonprofits that serve the residents of Menlo Park. Again, information at menlopark.gov/community funding grant. And that concludes my reports for this evening.
Thank you, City Manager Murphy. And can you confirm that the parade is a walking parade, not a
Correct. It's a walking.
Wheelie parade.
A
Okay.
yes,
Okay.
unless someone's costume includes some sort of non-motorized wheeled vehicle.
Okay, thank you. There's a question from Councilmember Nash.
I've been asked whether the San Francisco Creek JPA meeting will be on Zoom as well, and whether it's hybrid, and also whether it will be videotaped for people who can't make it.
Yes, my understanding is I think we're going to try to record it, but given the kind of the trade-offs of location and everything, and this is one where it's not going to be available in a hybrid setting. So,
thank you.
Okay, thank you, City Manager Murphy. I'm hearing that City Councilmember Dorr wants to ask a question on one of the informational items that she heard, so please.
Thank you so much, and apologies for the going back on M2. I know previously during these updates, at least I've asked about more detail on what those traffic violations are for, if that's for running red lights or stop signs, or if what's going on there. And I'm curious if there's any update on if that information might be available. Thank you.
Certainly, and thank you for the question. I looked into whether we had that detail within the RIPA data itself. That detail is not contained within the RIPA data itself, so it's just in the broad categories. If you are interested in us providing something along the lines of what our citation breakdown is, so that you have a better idea of what we are citing for in terms of traffic violations, happy to provide that. I don't know that that provides you with the same depth of information as you may be looking for with the initial reason for traffic stops, but happy to provide that if that's something you're interested in.
Thank you. And I'm also curious if you have the availability to see where geographically those are happening. I know we're having a conversation about Vision Zero in November, which is about safe streets. And so I'm wondering if this data that your team is collecting in their important work can be reflected in other work that the city is doing.
That information is already publicly available. It is available through the open data portal. So it's not the most user-friendly portal, but there is a way to filter for traffic stops to see where traffic stops are occurring. And interesting, fact for all of you, if you look at the locations of our collisions, at least the ones that we're able to collect, and you look at the locations of our traffic stops, you could overlay them almost identically. So our traffic enforcement follows along the lines as the same, high frequency areas of travel that result in a higher frequency of traffic collisions. So we're putting our cops on the right dots, generally speaking.
Thank you so much.
Thank you again, Chief. Okay, we are going to go back to our agenda. We've heard our city manager report, and now it's time for city council member reports. Vice Mayor Taylor, please.
Thank you, Mayor Willison. I appreciate being able to go first. I'm going to start with the emergency preparedness, the disaster preparedness workshop that occurred on September 27th. I'm happy to share that nearly 100 folks attended the emergency preparedness at Mount Olive Church. The next was the block party at Hamilton Park. I want to thank Commissioner Walker and Commissioner Campos for putting that together. There were several different organizations there. I have no idea what the attendance was, but it was a great event. The next is reporting out about the farmers market. So far, discussions between our interim economic development manager, Good Roots, Meta, and the city. The farmers market will continue until the end of the year. It will be an open market, which I think is fantastic because there's a better opportunity to commune. And then also, I believe it will better serve the neighborhood, which is what it was intended for. The next item that I have is CCAG. At the recent CCAG meeting on October 12th, there was a report out about the express lanes. The express lanes, so far it has excellent safety record. It's 22 miles of construction in each direction on Highway 101. And they also are investing in equity. I noticed that there were printouts about the San Mateo US 101 Express Lane Community Transportation Benefit Program. So there's information in the back here at City Council. Also have a report from the Congestion Management Update and Monitoring Report, which identifies strategies to respond to future transportation needs, monitors congestion, develops procedures to alleviate and control congestion, and promote countywide solutions. That report will all be in an attachment to this agenda under council member report outs. My last item is that this Thursday is an SBW May meeting, but I will not be attending because I will be going to and I do not remember the acronyms, but essentially it is it's the place that determines where how our flights are guided into the different airports. And let's see, I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Wow. Okay. Thank you, Vice Mayor Taylor. Councilmember Dort, did I hear you wanting to give an update?
Yes, as folks know, I sit on the board of directors for BOSCA, the Bay Area Water Supply and Conservation Agency. I'm also on their board policy committee, and I've been advocating to make those meetings more transparent and accessible for folks. And I'm excited to share that that's now moving forward. The CEO has proposed having live streams of the meetings on YouTube starting in December. And I'm going to continue pushing to see if we can move that to Zoom so folks can also learn more about the water and interact with the directors remotely as well. And excited to see that move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Any updates over here? Councilmember Nash.
Thank you. I wanted to report that Vice Mayor Taylor did one other thing, and that was on October 17th. Vice Mayor Taylor and I attended the Santa Clara County Board of Supervisors meeting, and both of us spoke out in favor of Stanford's responsibility to maintain their own housing and not spill over into local communities such as Menlo Park. And it was a very successful meeting. The main topics were housing, transportation, and open space. And there's now been some good articles written about it. It was on the Stanford Community Plan. Thank you.
Thank you both. Councilmember Combs. My report out is that I had the pleasure of meeting Mayor of Galway, Ireland, Eddie Hoare, the sister city folks led by former Mayor Kat Carlton, arranged a beautiful visit, and Councilmember Combs gave a tour of his place of employment. We also had a nice lunch at Left Bank with members of the sister city group, including our interim economic development manager, Fran Dean, and others from the sister city group. And it was just wonderful bridging our communities together. And we got to get these calendars that from Galway, Ireland, that feature Menlo Castle in their beautiful town, which our city is basically named after. So I can leave this in council chambers if anyone wants to see our namesake, and a really wonderful visit. And I just wanted to thank the San Francisco Creek JPA and Kevin Murray specifically, and also our Deputy City Manager, Nikki Nagaya, for leading both Councilmember Nash and I on a really informative tour of the creek and the different choke points and efforts underway to mitigate future flooding. So that's all from my end. And I believe with that, it is exactly 9:30 and I am adjourning this meeting. Thank you.